Welcome everyone. Oops, with echo, especially Trap. Chris, welcome. Hello, how are you doing? Hope you had or will have a wonderful day. Let's continue with modern Mesa stuff. That was crazy frustrating yesterday after the initial thrill of actually having PowerVR Imagination stuff working, but then no thing. I mean, modern software, right? They write it's the most amazing stuff. Just do Vulkan, have OpenGL there, I think, and nothing works. Also, if you this Beagle play, I thought we had this booted the other day because now I wonder, I don't have an SD card in there. Antenna standoff things. Okay, this has 16 gigs of onboard eMMC flash because that is quad coursing, super slow. Do they have here open power VR Rogue AXE116M? I mean, I guess it somehow worked. We could power that up. We didn't, so we took over that. That's allegedly mostly upstream. I didn't. Imagination Tech gave it to me a year ago on the German Embedded World trade show. Like, are you not this famous YouTube developer? Do you want to take it with you? Yeah, sure. Why not 1 year later? Power wire, where is power? USB, where would it have, how did we power that the last time? Was a powered hub? Oh, there's also some custom connector. What is that even? Ah, single pair Ethernet. Holy chipmunks, why did they do single pair Ethernet? That's the thing, okay. Okay, let's plug in the USB power hub thing, see what it does. I don't remember. I remember we did boot T2. With probably their kernel. I'm not sure what we did with PowerVR graphic. Maybe it did not just work. I don't quite remember. But now would be a good day to verify what even did work. Just like this, nothing happens. Oh wait, it doesn't have a... Does it have, what did it negotiate here? 15 watt, 5 volt, 3 amps. 19 things. Oh, look at this, it's booting without a fan because it doesn't have a fan. That looks like T2 Linux, huh? Would that look like? This is my side. Bobbity. Look at that, we took that over with T2 Linux because usually we do. USB doesn't work over that one, but we can just plug it into the only thing now is, and be a little careful not to short this. Oh, we also probably want yeah, that's the thing, having all this open air. Where do I even have Ethernet? Here do I have Ethernet. Not to short this fancy boards that I got for free. Selection? What? How did I get there? Oh, that's lost some keys. Oh, this is losing quite some keys. Oh, this is totally losing keys over USB on this. Welcome on. Kind sourcings. Doing OpenGL. We will try to. Not having all key presses register is a little bit. We didn't set anything up last time. Honestly, I don't even know why these companies do this. It's because it's a really low power board. I wonder how popular that is. Okay, we have something 133. Okay, better just test it because this USB is not fun. Did I say 133? Oh, right, this was wrong. Oh. This is just T2 transition. Stuff we changed to be more in line with other Linux distributions. Now we have to deal with non-matching unit scripting. So this should have that, right? Or does it? Or maybe I didn't copy the firmware. Do we have this Ubuntu still somewhere? What is with... I don't quite remember what we did with it the last time. TI, DSSM, DRMFB, but why is there no PowerVR? It certainly doesn't have PCI. Which kernel? So this is their kernel just to have it work, but it doesn't. Oh, maybe they meant it could potentially be fully upstream, but is not yet. Maybe this kernel just way too old. Okay, so much for that quick test. Guess need to continue with that another day, but that will not be today. Okay, guess good that we pre-tested this. So probably on the trade show, but yeah, last year on the trade show they showed this with 510. I don't have this board that long. I have it precisely 1 year, I guess. Must be precisely 1 year. Okay, it is what it is. Needs complete T2 takeover because that kernel ain't cutting it at all. Good that we shortly verified that. Shot is empty? What do you mean empty? What do you think about Linux Zen kernel? Battery is a normal one. I've never... What is Zen? I only know Zen. I have no idea what this is. You guys always ask me, like, should you not know? If you... Like, does it not matter what... Performance tuned kernel design for desktop responsiveness. I've never heard about this. Endeavor? Is it an Endeavor OS? I don't know. I like stuff upstream. Speaking of I like stuff upstream, of the next stuff is being scheduled to be deleted, right? I don't care about ISDN. I never had ISDN. Wasn't that fancy. ISDN, yeah, well, whatever. But like network drivers, you all... If we want a fighting chance to survive LLM apocalypse, this needs to have dedicated owner or get deleted. So they are talking completely fine network adapters that even we regularly use here, right? I mean, even I have that here, right? I have those. I purchased most of them when new, at least those ones here, and Endeavor is ready to go Arch distro to bloated, but works for some. Yeah, like deletion of Ethernet drivers. I don't know, you all. There should be limit of deleting network drivers. Good that we disappointingly tested that. Now we need to plug in all the cables in our Ethernet. Yesterday we were wondering, I wonder if we get faster USB if we plug in. Coffee between all this stuff, not good. I think, I mean, we could test this, but according to the specifications, this board might only have display on one. LLMs are excuse-free as long as deadlines towards kernel practices like defining tiers. I mean, I don't think it's this. I mean, tiers of support is also a lame excuse. This support means nothing. It's not like you have a warranty or stuff. Where is this commit? It's not yet committed. It's a pull request, as seen on Phoronix. The stuff in Linux is basically anyway. No corporation gives you a warranty, and you're on your self-service. So. I mean, it's tier 1, tier 2 support, in my opinion, doesn't really make too much of a difference. I mean, you could, if that helped, by all means go for this, but at this rate, I guess another... is this power delivery? This power delivers. Let's see if we get faster Ethernet bandwidth if we plug in the USB-C stuff in one side and... I also wonder why this is locked out. Did this log out again? Strange thing. Lines on two vague definitions. Oh, look at this. At this we also have our, not that USB would work here, but like this we have our, I told you once it worked. Support level of maintenance. I mean, in my opinion, the maintainers don't have... It's not like they have a 24/7 support response. Like most maintainers didn't even reply to my, like half of my patches were even not responded. But I also don't, if you want to know as to support all the things, I guess it's not Linux anymore. Either we just import all the patches or we also should just do a microkernel. I don't like, what should we do? Should we, I mean, we can at this, I mean, I will not apply ISDN, but we can undelete all the network drivers. I mean, should we take it as a chance and T2 is just the last Linux to support all this stuff? I don't really, I could step up as like, hey, I could be the maintainer, but I don't want to, I have enough to do and I'd rather write a microkernel. I don't want to be the stupid guy who needs to respond to all the stupid old stuff. But Linus treats maintainers differently, for example, just based on his vibe. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that sucks, but that's unrelated of AI and old stuff. I mean, Linux for that, the Linux Foundation has so much money. Linus is running his Linux strangely unprofessional. I mean, for how mission critical Android and widely used it is, and how rich the Linux Foundation is, it's the rest is the 4% Linux kernel core business is run surprisingly unprofessionally, based on vibe of Linus dictator tobolts. Roadmap. Could you recommend a roadmap for someone getting into kernel? Just do stuff. The roadmap is just do stuff. You need to know, you need to know your stuff, and you need to contribute stuff. There is not like you have a certificate and then you can contribute. Talk is cheap. Show them the real code. Yeah, good coffee. But bro, can you develop UI libraries for Rust so I could some UI in it? No, I don't like Rust. I did a UI library. We will likely do more AI libraries, but we will unlikely do them in Rust. This is also wrong. I had to reboot. Some of my, yeah, this is one of the days I wasted 10 minutes again of my display. Didn't want to connect. They should require people to test their changes when it's too random stuff. I mean, a maintainer should be able to see if the changes make sense. If the changes don't make sense, then just reply auto-relay. Make an F12 auto-reply of like, sorry, your changes don't make sense, please send better, and be done with it. But I don't know. I mean, for us it is a chance of the last Linux to support everything, but I mean, the thing is, this Mesa stuff makes me really depressive. I mean, how crazy, everyone tells me for years it's impossible to support. I sit here like the kernel patch was just the device tree and it worked. And then I waste a whole day like, I mean, yeah, it's experimental, not fully supported, but like, the kernel part just worked, except voltage and CPU frequency scaling or GPU frequency scaling need to do that another day. I mean, sure, we wasted 1 hour of randomly rebooting until we had the device tree and stuff so that it worked. But like the kernel was like nearly no change in 1 hour, and then we spent 5 hours or so on like trying to make Mesa user space do something. And for like a driver, like this driver is not new yesterday. This driver is being developed for years. And for years they say, hey, look at this. We have now some open source driver that mostly works. I think they even recently removed the experimental because like it mostly works now. But then I could not get the GL stuff. Like first we could get nothing to work because apparently 2-year-old driver doesn't just work. But this is not even this driver. I mean, the device matching was this driver, but that's this OpenGL stuff. The Mesa people like, yeah, don't use fixed function GL. Just write a Vulkan driver and use Sync for OpenGL on top of it, and then this stuff totally doesn't work. I don't understand. I don't understand this engineering. For like, if 100 people do Mesa and say this is the latest and greatest stack how we want to do it, it should also work a little bit, independently of this imagination technology. Like, the Zink stuff totally doesn't work. Just the kernel patch upstream for publicity and record them with partner manufacturer. Just send the kernel patch upstream for publicity and record them and record with the partner. Not sure what precisely you mean. The problem is sure, I could send it upstream, however, only basic enablement is upstream, right? I mean, so far, it's just 3 lines of device. Like, so far, it's not much to send, though. Biggest grammar main for the record with, yeah. The problem is, I mean, we don't have GL to show for, right? We have really wiggly, wait, what did I even do here? What did I do? Wait, what? Not really sure what I did here, except we need to run morning updates, which by now is lunch updates. It would be good to have if we had more than VK. If it would be good if we had a full desktop environment running and not only some jittery cube. I think the jittery cube was just so jittery because probably software is what the developer on IRC said. Like that's implementation defined unsupported thing. It's probably slowly software composing the stuff there. Basic enable. Will Phoronix really cover a 5-line thing of device tree? I also like I'm done with Phoronix. Like if this Phoronix is such hear me out. How about I change my name? How about I create a fake name and post Linux open source stuff with a fake name so Phoronix will cover it? Huh? How about we delete T2 and create a new Linux distribution that with a different name, with a imaginary fake name core developer, and we will get news. No, R1 Linux. Actually, wait, A1 Linux. Did I say R1? I meant A1 Linux. When you try to train AI models with Windows laptop clusters, there is a lot of Thunderbolt driver overhead. How do you solve it? I guess don't train AI models. We could also call it Amen Linux. Amen Nux. After Amen, the last word. Also, what I wanted to say. Oh yeah, I was commenting on Phoronix today, calling it undelete ticks. How about we start an undelete nix? Undelete ticks, undelete nux. Or amend to amend tux of Linux kernel amended with undeleted drivers. Yeah. Okay, so enough of this trolling. Let's process updates. Essentially, Temple, Temux, Templux, Mesa, the name is from Halo. Clever name. Mesa, the name is from Halo. Mesa is from like 90. That's the open source 3D infrastructure. If anything, the game Half-Life. I don't care from what it is, but it's a long tradition open source name. Welcome, KK, KDE, Skazi. How are you doing today? Good. We have the stuff also strangely yesterday when I at night wanted to replicate this here. It didn't really work yesterday anymore. Wrong password. Also Naya. Yes. So I guess today is real debugging. Also, I don't know why yesterday's permissions were strange. Today they are differently strange. because why has this R, but yeah, YOLO. So I think we had Sway yesterday. The question is, I mean, Sway did come up. I could not reproduce this cube running correctly later, which I have no idea why that doesn't work anymore. So that's software, right? So that's software. Spinning surprisingly well in software. One broken Vulkan. Imagination. Yeah, this started yesterday, so I don't understand where this comes from. But it was working, so unless I rebuilt yesterday. I mean, it must be something. Maybe that is I rebuilt Mesa without assertions. I mean, it must be something because it was working. I posted this on our Discord. Like, is that not amazing? Is that not like de-release stuff? Like, no db underscore n debug true for like, gotta be kidding me. Some rebuild must have broken that. Apparently the name just popped into Brian Paul's. Alright, that's... did I call him Paul something? Brian Paul's, yeah. Yesterday I was like the Mesa founder, Paul someone. But you're right, Brian Paul, that's his name, yes. Probably popped in his head like Templar thing. Soon uploading a 32 kVSR video of Wasteland Sync using Sync API. Things tempered. Portal is what aperture signs. Half-life laboratory was called Mesa. Don't really care, YOLO. 26.2 development edition. Can't remember. Yeah, 2026, you rebuild some stuff that you had painfully debugged to work somewhat, and it does already not work anymore. Welcome to my life. That is an update. It's a build. I mean, we could build for... Maybe we should build the kernel for this Beagle Play. And see how that behaves. Alternatively, we could also, on any other hardware, export, use Gallium driver sync. What TI thing was this? Here's it, there was written TI. TI sounds surprisingly close to T2. Like, error correction could nearly T2 SDE. So, TI, why did you use build root when all you need is T2 SDE? So, here. That is when they gave that to me, like, hey, it's full upstream now. It's like, I mean, the sport is also surprisingly not cheap. I mean, it was a year ago. Wait, what? Wait, this was only now. Wait, what? Why did they give it to me a year ago when only now? Also, like 6 years later, it has full upstream support. running a Yocto-based distribution. Why? Stop doing that. Have you seen Yocto? When paired with Thing for OpenGL over Vulkan, the result is a fully open graphics stack suitable for... Actually, we could try run this Vulkan demos. Is it allowed to recommend a new feature here? What feature? Of T2 Linux? What kind of feature? You're allowed to recommend everything, but if I don't like it too much, you might be timed out. No, that's some random stuff. Also not caring enough about this. I think this is binary only to pay rules in the meantime, right? I think this went from open source 15 years ago to you need to pay for the rules, right? Some random other Python libs. I mean, this PowerVR stuff, you could argue, is much more important than the vintage stuff we often do, because like that's the state-of-the-art future. Did surprisingly little updates today, but all the open source developers cannot work all day for free. Let's check out, where do we... Should this not be that one? Root to host, should this not... Why does this not have... Why does this not Ethernet on that port? Wait, that's funny. That literally does less on this port. Somehow this is not having it. Why does it not have it over a USB 3 port? That's somehow sus. So it's not related to having the bandwidth taken by the display port implementation. So that's what I plugged in. How to get that on a USB 3 hub? I want faster Ethernet. That's annoying. I mean, I could literally use any other hub and plug it in somewhere, but why does it not negotiate USB 3? Start to have here really many USB hubs. At this rate I have more USB hubs on the table than... Where is even my other cheap USB hub? My 10 gig USB hub. Ah, here is my 10 gig USB hub. But this does not have Ethernet. But it would have power delivery. Things. You know what? Wait. Can I even? I'm curious. I have a gigabit, 2.5 gigabit Ethernet thing here. It's a little bit annoying that I only have one of those. Probably should buy a second one. Let's see, can we make this here gigabit Ethernet? I want this faster. Just need one more USB dongle for that. Where is, I need, wait, why is this not in here? Where is my, yeah, so universal, here, I have it here. So universal, you only need more dongles. Let's see, what does it negotiate if I, this also gets very tightly in there. Does this negotiate nothing? Okay, maybe this doesn't go nicely in there for thick dongle reasons. What does it negotiate over a USB? Like, yeah, it's USB. So universal, you need to plug everything in there. Does USB 3 not yet work on this board or what? Yes, there was an oops. What is that? RVQ panel 611. Why does this not USB plug in? What can this port do? Here is something. That's finally, hey, look at this. That's finally over USB. Here, 2.5 gig Ethernet. Performance. 10 Mbits. It's like what they delete there right now in Linux kernel. If Linus Torvalds sees that, it will be deleted in no time. So, do we have finally gigabit things? I know the IP is not ideal, but yes, yes. I see you read the news already about yet another driver removal. Yeah, but is it not the same drivers removal? AI said drivers bad. No, AI said drivers need fixes, and because they got patched, it's like near AI patch we need to delete. Guys, seeing your chat. Yes, we're seeing your chat. Is user agents. AMD can run CUDA if you set it up right. You mean with Rockham? I like and sell also using Ethernet. Yeah. Also, is it not the same news? Like but the thing is like, first of all, driver removal is so unimportant and unnecessary, and then is it not the same news we had some days ago? So the driver removal gets 2 news in a row. Yeah, Phoronix is a strange site. It's script kiddie site. The thing is these days, like, so now Linux. I mean, I would not expect maintainers be influenced by Phoronix, but also like so much mainstream Linux drumroll news made. But don't see. Yeah, so it's said how much wannabe mainstream Linux news is made by this script kiddie news site thing there. I already did. I told Pro just stop. Just stop. I already did everything you did months ago. The system has millions of agents, things. I will ban you now because like I don't want here this chat filled with strange messages. So you will be in timeout until tomorrow. And if you continue with your strange messages, then you will be banned. I don't like to ban people, but I hate seeing strange AI agent shit scrolling by there of like either you write here something productively interesting or you can watch people like 100 lines old drivers get removed, but see, so need to go. Have a good day, Chris. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, it's not like, it's more like usually it's only 10,000 lines removed and 100,000 edits. Like all the new drivers are way more complex, so it's also this old drivers hurt nobody and they just worked right, but no. We need to figure out why this didn't work here. And I have no idea why this doesn't work anymore. It was working yesterday live on camera and then later not anymore. I don't understand. Oh, look at this. Wait, this is the wrong. Wait, this is LVM pipe. Ach, damn. Yeah. But where is this coming from? This was working yesterday. Or, oh, was it once we were running git head? I don't understand why this is broken now. I mean, maybe just on Wonder just debug. I don't understand how this is broken. Yes, I'm a broken record. I'm just so between it was working to what the heck is even going on here, or did we run sway with that? But I think this crashes, right? But maybe we did run sway with one broken that. No, strange stuff. I don't understand, man. Okay, more debugging. Less random stuff, more looking at the root cause. The only substitute for debugging is more debugging. We could check if once they said, remember when we did run probably this one. Let's get maybe the git tree fixes. Must be something. Hey, now we are rsync with gigabit speed, I hope. Is it faster? 78, I must be faster, huh? CF. Actually, I had seen that yesterday too. This we had yesterday. What's that's near serializer? That must be this tooling thing. Yeah, this I remember we had yesterday. So that means the non-git thing must have worked. The only other thing I changed was debug optimization, which we need anyway if we. That's what I once changed. Like, wow, stupid. Okay, given which this is serial console. Maybe I should. Which IP was it even? 166. Or let's. Okay. There is this guy who has this Vulkan. Didn't you say you disabled assertions? Yeah, but that was later. I commented this also already. This was only later at night. And I commented this out already. Here, Sasha Willems. Should we first pre-test build this on x86? Do we have x86 running? To make sure they have a chance. Like, so years ago I used them with T2 Linux. But the question is, do they still work? This dude may be better than liars towards themselves. Oh, thank you for your kind words. Oh, I think I know I did this correctly. Can I ask why the switch to systemd? I would have expected you to be pretty against this bloated mess. Yeah, I'm pretty against this bloated mess, and we still support both. But without systemd, KDE and GNOME don't fully work, and I want to ship. Unfortunately, that's the reality. If we get shit for free without spending even more of our precious time, we need to make that work, and it is what it is. I mean, we still have sys5, and we might actually try to support both more interchangeable, but across your streams I get stuck at and love watching your. So everything you do, even though I don't understand. I hope you learn something. Yeah, this stuff is super high level. Why does open source components not work? But actually we should have here user, right? Did we? Wait, what? Oh, we have here stuff. Did I? Probably this. We don't even have Git, do we? Let's pre-test on x86, not to waste our precious build time on RISC-V. Oh, by the way, we crossed 9,000 followers yesterday. I didn't even see that anymore, which that was relatively unexpected. That's of course like, so now 9,000 followers, 9,000, 10,000, let's go. I also applied for front page. Like this month I was too late. I wanted to apply on the 30th. There was already, I did not know they closed there. I mean, yeah, makes sense. Because I said like, why not try to apply every month? So yeah, but maybe it's also better not to overdo this. So yeah, let's see if we get approved for front page promotion a second time. I think I applied for something like the 15th or so, plus minus or so. But yeah, pending approval anyway. So that would be amazing. The last time this was quite a bit of a boost for the channel, and unexpectedly large. I did not expect like over 10. I mean, it's crazy that Twitch shows in total over 750,000 people watched that with an average of 8,000 and a peak of 12,000 or stuff, or 13,000, which is crazy numbers, you all. I mean, just 750,000 alone of watching this is crazy. Maybe it would be good if we can every other month replicate that. That would be certainly... Oops, clicked wrong here. So once upon a time this did just build on T2 Linux. That was years ago. Thank you, Trap. Keep in mind, front page, even if someone page happens to be there, it's a viewer. Yeah, apparently. It was also pretty many. Like now when I open Twitch and see their random things, there are usually not that many 10, like they usually, it's like, it's crazy how low energy content there is promoted, which probably explains why there's usually only 1,000-2,000 people watching. So how was to build that asymmetric? Probably explains like if a lot of stuff is so mediocre. Oh look at this. Certainly XCB. Yeah, using package config difficult. Have you downloaded the new Ubuntu LTS? Why should I? We use T2 LTS. Twitch felt better 10 years ago. I did neither knew that Twitch existed nor did I use. I only used Twitch for 2 years since people were begging me to use Twitch. Okay, that's a little bit annoying. How do we work around this? I usually work around this in T2 Linux. Should we package that as, is there a value of, should we package this as Vulkan examples? Because then I can easier fix that. I mean, maybe why not? I don't know. I hate this. Actually, we probably could work. Can we either does it either C flex? Was it C? I never used this. I rarely use it. Can we just also package config difficult or other CMake things? Maybe this. Let's see. No. Is it not C-Flex? Must have been C-Flex. Oh, did I even do this right? No, I did this right. How long on Twitch? Like for 2 years? I think a little bit over 2 years now, I guess. The thing is, I usually use T2 workarounds for this kind of... Let's ask Google. Include directories, things, CMake standard adding and include things when compiling it from... It's like this kind of stuff usually worked decades ago, right? Oh, this is it. This works. not long. GLM. It doesn't have a configure test for that. I remember adding. I added like these things. I literally remember adding for just those examples years ago. Yeah, modern software stuff like, yeah, sorry, it's be configured, but you're on your own. It's one of those channels we need more flooding the streaming scene. Yeah, totally. Shall I subscribe? Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, this ndebug, this assertions is, yeah. One assertion is, by the way, like this name cache thing is, I guess it just doesn't have a name from the Vulkan. I mean, the thing is, like, after years of development, you'd think these totally new layers of Zink and whatnot and stuff are totally amazing. But like I tried to use it the first time and nothing works. Like this is, yeah, it is. What should I say? It is what it is. So what did I even do now? Rebuild this with slightly different with debug optimizations. Okay, what does this do? What does this do? The craziest thing is it worked yesterday, but I think what we should do, I mean, maybe we should maybe prepare to go to the next Mesa version. There's certainly quite some fixes in there. And I mean, yeah, always use GitHub. UX and DX is lacking. Yeah, also like somehow this shouldn't be written like this. It's just like everything you touch doesn't work. Yeah, this is so crazy that it was working yesterday now. By the way, we have another issue. By the way, once yesterday I saw this GLX gears work. I should have, the thing is, I should have made a screenshot, but it, cache. Yeah, so this here goes away with, yes, this goes away with this assert, right? Cache info name null. Like that such stuff, and this is not only a T2 PowerVR. I googled this, I posted this on Discord. Like that is other people for years hit this with other hardware. How such kind of stuff was not patched like forever ago, I don't understand. This is why last year I built without assertions, because that's what other people said of like, yeah. Which when if you're wondering why do I found such random things at night, because like at night I was like, nah, let's maybe build this like differently. Does T2 come with Wayland? Oh no. We don't have a custom. Do we look like we have time for custom DE? It comes with KDE Plasma and XFCE, and if you want other stuff, you can just install it. T2 install your favorite GNOME stuff. It comes with Wayland and X for KDE Plasma and XFCE, for Xorg and Wayland each. Other stuff you can easily install. It also comes with TWM. Git Mesa without ndebug but patch it so it doesn't strip symbols. At night there is no family instruction. Yeah. So I really wanted more stuff to see today. All right, we also, where is my cache when would be good? DE intent posting on Twitter, they would actually work. If instead of posting on Twitter they actually worked on this. I have no idea what this is. You always come here with what is garish when DE Linux, what's that? Actually, there was some AI summary. I feel like a lot of this macOS, all the GNU step stuff always is really slow. Like all the, like there was also Atelier, right? I even packaged this 20 years ago. Actually, 20 years ago, I actually thought maybe that's the future of Linux desktop. And then nothing came out of that, right? Like a lot of this GNU stuff is always they make some shiny things and then they let it rot. Yeah. So, but this is also like, yeah, this has Atelier vibes. And 20 years, like this was packaged. Did we delete this or do we still have this in T2? I mean, GNU step usually compiles in like even years ago. Like remember when the author of like I made a relatively neutral okay video about GNU step in my 3 years ago when I thought like do random stuff on YouTube, maybe grow the audience, and I made an okay video of like here basically my biggest criticism is like download not listed and whatnot, like, and the GNU step maintainer totally made a YouTube comment war with me about how dare I criticize, do something negative, like when even the latest download wasn't on his trying Italy and it didn't build, but it was maybe yeah, so Atelier did build for me, but so the GNU step stuff usually does build, except, yeah, maybe not in it. I think GNU step in T2 needs a patch for building in opt GNU step or whatnot. I think it wasn't happy with that. Maybe in T2 we should default it to user because otherwise it didn't fully work for me. If you want to patch, okay, so like this, it does something amazing. So what did we install? GLM. Let's use the spare CPU cycles to T2 inst. What was the name? GLM? This will Python and Ninja, and yeah, good that we do that because it needs some dependencies on RISC-V. Wanted ideally to control set that for. What else do we have here? That here? Can also do that here. What? Where am I even building that? What? Why does this check out everything when? What am I missing? Huh? What did I do there? Strange things. Wayland on NVIDIA sucks compared to Xorg or Xlibra. Probably will stay like that for years to come. I don't have NVIDIA. Pro tip, don't get NVIDIA. Not really sure what I did here. Like this is somehow sus. Looks like this was corrupted or something. So it wasn't something important. Oh, I should also not. You know what? It's a little bit slow on serial console. Now we have gigabit Ethernet. What happened here? Chinese cloud code? No, why should we? What happened with this working copy? Why is it so cursedly broken? Yeah, we probably should also. I mean, sometimes strange things happen here with CPU frequency scaling, not that. So this is some RISC-V CPU glitch. What was the name of what we installed there now? GLM. Strange things. But people leave NVIDIA because they can't play on Wayland. They are more likely to leave Linux. Well, it's a state of, I mean, first of all, we cannot fix it. So NVIDIA for 20 years showed Linux the finger. NVIDIA kinda needs to die. I mean, yeah, sure, you could argue if there were stable APIs and APIs with Linux, but there's only so much stable API. But that's also like, on one hand, of course, stable APIs, but there's certainly a very big difference between Xorg and Wayland. But it's also, yeah, it's just NVIDIA just never played well with open source or any other non-Windows OS, except when Apple paid them, and even then it was mediocre. Or at least not as swift and polished as Windows or, yeah. I don't know, people are pissed with NVIDIA anyway because it shit became so expensive, so I think when companies, like similar to Microsoft, how long will people endure being tortured by Microsoft with Windows and stuff? Like eventually they leave, right? Similar for NVIDIA. Certainly it helps that the stuff is so super expensive. So anyway, so I think we probably built that here, right? So what did we change now? We changed debug stuff as assertion disabled. You cannot mix this stupid up. Actually, now we need to be... Oh, I know what I did. I rsynced. This is how this breaks. I rsynced this over there. This is how I rsync over the SVN subversion metadata. And now it's broken again. This is anyway not ideal because right now this is not ideal for building other things and basically stop doing that. That's not going to work well as long as I rsync stuff over that. Yesterday I saw this working once. Look at this. So now, debug, this is why last night I went down this assertion stuff. And so yesterday when I waited a bit, so you see this did not crash. Yesterday I saw this sync coming up. Like, how did I see it up? I was like doing that last night and then I was like browsing the internet and stuff and posting to Discord and switching back and forth and then it's like, wait, there is GLX gears up. Like, how did this happen? Maybe this here. Maybe that is a similar issue to GTK demo. Maybe we should debug this. Like, there's so much to debug because this also doesn't come up nicely. Maybe we should debug why this happens. And this never happened. Like, this is somehow here on... it's like... I mean, sure, that's new RISC-V stuff and everything, but like, there should also be a limit of stupidity. Maybe this hangs... similarly on some few ticks. Few ticks wait bit set private few ticks clock real time. I guess something is broken on this RISC-V platform that this gets set affinity. Oh, here. People, actually this does set infinity. Oh, this does set infinity, and then why does it even mess with scheduling? Why do like some... Yeah, so it tries to enable itself for all cores here, set affinity, and then Linux kernel's like, nah, invalid argument, you're not allowed to schedule over AI cores. Big little. But here, look at this. I told you I saw it yesterday running. I mean, now this is not ideal. Okay, if you wait long enough... Okay, so something can sometimes work. Except now it's all black. I saw this yesterday. Now this is of course not ideal for slow shit here. being busy rendering that stuff. Okay, so how long did this... Yeah, you cannot make... I mean, this might be the RISC-V CPU's fault of maybe they have some bug there. Maybe I should tell them. Actually, I was similarly wondering... Alternatives to MS. I mean, Microsoft Windows is simply not good, Trap. Like, you can tell me what you want and stuff, but like, I've been there, I've seen Windows, like Microsoft Windows is never was good and is not good and is currently the worst since... Is not current Windows 11 as vibe-codedly broken as... No one cares about Windows? What do you mean? Only about Microsoft Office? Teams? Yeah, I'm only saying because you said alternatives are simply not as good. I would argue that most things are mostly... I mean, NVIDIA, I mean, this AMD stuff is also mostly pretty... I mean, this AMD Radeon stuff is at least out of the LLM space. I mean, even AMD Rockham. I mean, so yesterday, so this is black. Someone yesterday, someone complained it was black. But I saw that yesterday. Yesterday it rendered some things. But then EGL, what other... Like, I saw this yesterday come up once. What is, by the way... Why does this not work anymore? This is so bizarre. The whole point is that on the whole it's not. But even if AMD running, I mean, you know, AMD GPU is not like slow shit like S3 or PowerVR, right? AMD Radeon is in a similar class, and I mean, the one reason AMD was probably underutilized the last decade is because NVIDIA got developers so hooked on this CUDA stuff. But like, so even similar, like even if it's some 10-20% slower or whatever, I mean, it's not like light years away. But Red Hat is bullshit. Yes, just use T2 Linux. Welcome everyone. Control execute. Hello, how are you doing? I don't even care anymore. I just do my stuff here, and if people want to use undeleted T2 Linux, then they can. Like, maybe I should just give up on PR. And the guy who maintains why Linux is not ready for desktop could agree with you about inferiority. Okay, so what's EGL, by the way? What do we currently... I run with that, right? Right, it's Gallium, right? Yeah, I run with that. By the way, this... Yeah, this would want to work with it. What is that here? Anything usable? I guess we should fix all these asserts. Maybe we should even, yeah, let's make ourselves lives easier and easier. Switch to, if they have some development thing, let's switch to that. We could also try to make this, given how easy it was to make it work in principle, we could also use the macros board and try to enable it there, and maybe have not as buggy RISC-V primitives in whatever prototype stuff is going on there. Like Mesa. Easier meaning incoming, more damage. Oh no. Yes, I know that I didn't write it precisely. So what do we have here? Do they have any... Someone said developer release thing, right? Amber branch. Do they have here any... Someone, what did someone say? 26.1? What even was? What did I just say? 26? 1, 2. Wait, this is totally the wrong one. I don't understand this new site. Every smallest unimportant random shit shouted out there. Welcome, Notec. This one here, 15s. This page view clickbait stuff. Do they have a tarball of that? Oh, they have. Let's build with assertions. This is too meh. What are you doing, Notec? Mesa Zink. You use the hardware you expect to be able to scale specific needs and sometimes aim teams out because compute channel is demand things. Not working today, happy to hear that. And you trying to make PowerPC more work, being frustrated by things. Theoretically we should we should debug why some things behave so strange here. By the way, is this here? What did this do here? Does it do something? Yeah, I mean, we have here 9,000 followers and stuff, so we could be happy. It's just somehow it feels wrong that I need to put that much time into stuff that's shouted out on Phoronix for it's amazing and just works. No, when you try to use it, nothing works. It's like, and then people don't write about T2 Linux because like the register. I need to test this Linux to write about it. It's like, do every other stuff you write about this, but like, sorry, I don't have time to test T2VM or it's like, do cool. But Ubuntu, it's like, it's amazing. So, as a pro keyboard user, never should use something like blue cap keys. What? Never would use something. What's going on? What do you mean? How to start learning what I do, just reading computer science books and doing things open source and stuff. How much money do you want to make gallium hot on Vulkan? I'll pay if I have enough. I mean, maybe show a token of goodwill and super thank something. I would need to look into that specifically thing though, but if you think you have money, showing some super thing always a super good thing to do. Development branches, main branch gets codes, they rebates the next stable branch with commit themes versus kernel 26.1. Okay, so that's probably upstream. We just imported this yesterday. Up next things of, oh wait, I think this one, wait, what? No, maybe not this one. Maybe this one. The other thing I probably want to commit you all. Binary. I hate this. Just commit this before accidentally delete it. Why is Linux so messy and sloppy compared to Mac Windows? I'm not sure what you mean like this, like everything's hard time consuming. Well, if you need to do something like this on Windows and Mac, it's usually hard and time consuming as well. I mean, most normal things do just work, but yeah, it certainly shows that Linux. Yeah, this is my criticism here of like 2000 distributions and everything sucks, right? So even random YouTube comments of like, dude, why does Linux sloppy and things? I wouldn't say, actually I would call Mac and Windows sloppy, like Mac and Windows is sloppily and redneck engineered together, but Mac and Windows differently suck than Linux, which you can make Linux clean. Let's see a job, install Hyperlink and rise it. It doesn't fix the underlying driver problems though, but not really got modern Linux pretty much without. Yeah, modern Linux pretty much usually, but the thing is also like modern Linux only work without a fuss on somewhat tested hardware. It's, yeah, the whole Linux BSD ecosystem, and that is also so frustrating. Oh, Notek, thank you for gifting here subs. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your support. What did I wanted to say? No, you donated subscription. Interrupted my. Right, I wanted to say that is also why I find it so frustrating that Phoronix and Linux kernel people celebrate the deletion of drivers, right? I come from nothing worked. I grew up with making Linux work, and I remember still the painful times when I was 16 and all the drivers were not there. Now over decades we have all the drivers and most things work, and then people start to delete them, right? It's like for what did we make everything work? Just for hipsters come of like the only working stuff delete and all the new stuff nah. Oh, by the way, I think maybe that's wrong. I think we need to rebuild this here too, because otherwise I think that's partially broken as we have. So I probably need to rebuild, because I had this here of you're welcome. I don't commit often. I can at least do that. That is so appreciated. I shamelessly self-promoted this work on Patreon already today, and I hate to do that. The reason I did that here is so I don't want to do that half-working stuff, but we need, like, this is so much work. I need to somehow spread the word a little bit. Like normally I would do this like, hey, now everything is working, but before other people come out and use it and get on Phoronix, at least I want some track record of like, hey, we do stuff, right? I also, this is like developing work in progress, like it starts to work, like more details as soon as we have more details, because have you seen Mesa? I also posted this on the usual social media and LinkedIn. The reason I posted this, like the main reason I did this post here is actually to have something to post on LinkedIn for Imagination and other industry people to see that. Because that's the sad thing. I don't like to sit here and do shameless self-promotion, but if we don't do that, nobody knows about this, right? So if we want better cooperation with like Imagination Tech or other RISC-V vendors, then there needs to be visibility. This is just the set, and this is basically what others do, right? Why do other Linux distributions are more known? They do less work. They just like Dragon theme. They just rise Arch Linux. with some custom installer or whatever, and like, hey, look what shiny distribution we have. Like, and I do all the hard work fixing all the stuff that soon will be deleted anyway, and nobody knows about this, right? So, yeah, and I posted on LinkedIn, and within 5 minutes I had a new $1 Patreon, right? I mean, can I live from $1 Patreon? No, but like, obviously we need 1,000 $1 Patreons, and yeah, that's exactly the thing. If you, by the way, we need to document this like on some kind of blog, and I guess basically my new blog, like I had a blog. Now people ask me, what's with my old blog that I currently don't run because I deleted its infrastructure intentionally. But that's also what others do, right? They get something works, they blog, and then they get on for Runix. I guess Patreon is my new blog because why not? Need to earn money somewhere. Makes no sense to have a blog and Patreon. Like, so basically, I guess that's the blog from now on. Need some like, hey, tip jar, donate $1. And yeah, I also hate to do this incomplete stuff of like, I got something to work. I just didn't expect this Mesa ecosystem to be that buggy of like everything to try segmentation. Like between assertion, another assertion, like non-working code, like code that never could have worked. It's like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, again, I would like a more complete, like here's the patch, here's that, but like the patch is tiny and all the user space doesn't work, which is, I don't even understand what's going on here. Like this is just, what we probably should do is we should change if someone wants some homework, we need to change the zero Mesa. I said this before, we need to change this to not build the, this only should build the tools. Like maybe we look into that later today. Currently this builds too much of oh, speaking of another new Patreon, which is amazing. Thank you so much. I emailed my one and only Power Imagination contact. Wonder if he will get back with something. I don't have high hopes. The last okay macOS version was probably Snow Leopard. Yeah, agreed. Only 22 subs on Twitch remaining to reach 100. Yeah, exactly, 22. I didn't. Yeah, maybe we should sometimes change this target. It's basically the old target. Once we had already 118 or so. But you know how it is. People are not necessarily resubscribing. People have to now exist in good work. We don't have shared brain. Yeah, totally. I'm only saying. I'm mostly saying I hate to publish this incomplete stuff, but the thing is, it's just incomplete, and I meant to say I wish it would be more complete, but it's also crazy that people like the RISC-V people say for years we cannot easily open source driver stuff. When I like the kernel part, I mean, maybe the RISC-V people meant they couldn't get some user space to work, which yeah, I agree. I could also not get this to work. Oh, by the way, did I share this even here already sufficiently? Probably. For me, it's a shock that I expected there be more kernel changes. I did not expect it to just wire it up and it starts to work. Like, that's a complete surprise to me. Okay, so we better restart. I don't know how much interaction there is between. I mean, maybe there shouldn't be much, but knowing the open source stuff, probably there will. So that's the latest Mesa. Release candidate. Does this work any better? Oh, that works any better. Oh, wait, is it even the right one? Yes, this is the right. Oh, holy shit, this works much better. Thank you for all the people who made some small changes here and there. That is truly much more amazing. Okay, so this here has some strange, like maybe this would also work more now. I don't. Yeah, what is with this Vutex? GTK apps have the same issue. Yeah, thank you for contributing to the hype stream here and things. Welcome, Raoul. Hope you're having a lovely day and enjoy our YouTube community. Need to figure out what's going on here with that thing. Okay, so there is significant progress. Oh, here we have we have gears finally. Gears. Wow. Okay, let's ship release candidate. Wow, that is significantly better. That's unexpected. I wonder then if... Okay, getting somewhere. I just don't understand how for 2 years they say we have an open source driver, if for 2 years it barely didn't even work much, but... let's source that and run Sway. That is also much better. Because I think this did not previously start like this. Still has this issue. But that's some independent issue. But then the question is, like, wow, okay, now we can, hey, progress, things. How the fuck are you rendering in the browser? That is an HDMI capture. This is just HDMI capture, man. HDMI capture, and yeah, 2026 we HDMI capture in the browser, yes. You're welcome. But good question, well observed. Oops. Then let's build, I mean, that was unexpected. But yeah, if in doubt, try git main head. So now we have, oh wait, I think we screwed this up here again, right? At least now we know how this happened. What we could pre-test then is how well does it work, because somehow KDE did mostly. But yeah, there must be something buggy in low-level Vutex land here. If this is working a little bit now, what would KDE do now? Hope it doesn't hold in. By the way, I think we swapped this T2 background out here again. Okay, now we have the issue. We have the issue that we probably built, and like so now stuff slower. Although does someone remember? Like, I mean, yeah. Why does this stuff? I mean, maybe that's the same Vutex issue. maybe there is something significant. The thing is, I kind of even would need a more direct connect to, like, there are clearly things not perfect. What we probably should do, because I have no other hardware, that is my only RVA23 capable hardware with vector extension. We probably should rebuild T2 once again, like we wanted to do yesterday, with RVA22 without vector extension, because then we can run the same binaries on other hardware like the P550 Milk-V macOS board to compare, is it a hardware or whatever problem it is now. This might use some GL, no, I don't know. Okay, that's super. This might not yet run at the, we're not reclocking this. This might run on some base frequency, but hey, it's running. Does this show? I mean, is this any faster running a little bit GL Vulkan things here? You would hope it does, but hey, maybe we should reclock that. Next up, reclocking the thing to because it doesn't look nice, because it flashes, this looks unprofessional. We should make, does someone remember what was it before? It would look better if it's the same background and not flashing, but like just to make this experience smoother. I would rather so the background should be the same, and maybe I said it before, like we should actually change the default to some pretty KDE T2 background. I just don't have any. I mean, maybe I should just use some Berlin photo from the weekend, and we can always swap it just to make progress on swapping this. It just looks shitty of like first having the KDE background and then black and then KDE background. It just looks like, does not look Steve Jobs approved. Here, Sync Vulkan, yes. Holy chipmunks. Holy chipmunks. I think we need to full screen. Like here, progress. U-boot version. Interesting. So this is the T2 edition, right? Oh, we also need to confirm and accept and save it here. Like, just like save it and copy it. Thanks for stopping by, NoTech, and your subscription. Happy to see you. Why are people posting here live wallpaper, total show of things? People posting funny things here on. Should we post that here? Also doesn't work for some reason. Do we want this in desktop or RISC-V? Maybe we want it in RISC-V to be able to find it easier. IT, Arch, man. Somehow, sometimes I'm not having it with navigation. Sometimes navigation difficult. So, progress, unexpected progress. I mean, this is still slow as fuck, which probably has here again a minute of timeout things. Oh no, it does not. Interesting. I mean, it's slow, which is not ideal. We probably should see to reclock the GPU then, now that it works, but obviously reclocking it first made no sense. Because previously it wasn't even working. Yeah, I mean a slideshow, yes, I'm aware. Yeah, expect for speed, but we don't change the clock, so it might run at some random clock or the lowest clock. Then we need to reclock. The question is, does it make it? I mean, to daily drive it, there is currently this strange Vulkan hang, the strange GTK demo hang, whatever it's going on there. I didn't have this on any other system. But it could also be a glibc RVA23 optimized thing. Just need to reposition here for screenshotting. Yeah, performance might be mostly clock or other optimizations, but I'm already happy that it does something. Everything we get the GPU to do is something that the CPU doesn't need to do. Are they getting scheduled to the AI cores? No, they are by default not. But the system is busy. We are building, the system is probably busy building things. Should be that one here, right? The thing is, am I logged into Patreon here? Maybe, maybe not. So the question is, how much of this inefficiency is Kwin? Yeah, I carefully positioned it like this. Like sometimes when I care, I do such things. I mean, I guess KDE is slightly faster now because before it was even more slideshow. Also, yeah, this is whatever. Also, the system is fully busy. So, yes, it's a slideshow, but the system is also busy, which is, yeah, I mean, let's not kid ourselves, right? This is Raspberry Pi 4 level of performance. It is what it is, right? If it's basically for diehard RISC-V engineers. Yesterday I could log out. I don't understand why clicking this is such a meh. Close window. But I think KDE is slightly faster, and also the system is currently probably fully loaded. But yeah, it will not. But this is also how inefficient modern desktops are, right? Window Maker is way faster on this. Why can't I try to press tab now? Maybe I should. I don't understand why that is such a usability nightmare here. It still renders as old low. Don't know why it does it. Okay, not logged in here. Oh, we didn't build this, or then how busy are we? Okay, I take this back. We were not. Okay, we have quite some GPU IQ handling. This might be the base frequency or none or whatever. Yeah, we should reclock this. So we wanted to install that. Oh wait, we also wanted to quit KDE. But how do we quit KDE then? Yesterday I could quit KDE. Could kill all the KWin session away again. Which... Okay, if it doesn't work here on one last try, I will kill KDE session wrapper stuff away. It's like, what have you managed the last half an hour? I tried to log out of KDE. Yeah, this just disappears by itself. Like, maybe this is some strange tab thing here. Maybe this is some strange event emulation thing here. Maybe with a real mouse it would. Let me check with a real mouse. Not this emulated stuff. I had this with other things in emulation that. Might be some touch event shenanigans of KDE thinking that's touch. Man. So real mouse, what does real mouse do? I mean, this clearly needs huge optimization. And that's also why I hate this modern bloated software. So this will be the ultimate test whether... I mean, apparently it's not. Okay, it's not just a mouth event issue. That's sad. Okay. Because then the question is, how usable is this without KDE? Okay, now I actually did. Wait, we probably want to change this back to Alacrity. Does this auto reload that? No. Oh, here Alacrity. We have Alacrity. What happens with GTK 3 demo here? Oh, maybe it's some accessibility service stuff, or maybe that's some stupid service shit. How far is how fast is now? I mean, that's significantly snappier than KDE. I mean, this is also compression, so I mean that's definitely way more usable then. Okay, Vulkan demos, reclocking. What was close window? Don't even remember. Didn't use Sway for a while. I mean, maybe I should send press release around just before the weekend. Okay, so things. Clocking. What was clocking doing? So we had here their SpaceMid stuff, and they did reclock here. So we need to somehow reuse this here. But that's cooling is not my main concern right now. Disable clock, enable clock. Static using, what do they do here? Thermal foam things of power model node things of. Okay, I don't need power model, all I need is performance. Set frequency here. Set frequency ST. What does ST stand? ST stands for what? SpaceMid? Set voltage, set frequency, ST set voltage. Sysconfig, SpaceMid. Here ST, whatever. What's the ST? ST SpaceMid? Provide fallback things. GS device. Power states. Here they have some opt table things. Fallback opt table matching device tree. Use only if device tree uploading fails in GFVF. Because they probably scale that to thermal throttle, huh? This is thermal throttle only. The question is, what would this clock currently run at? So they scale from 400 to 800. Means this all wasn't particularly fast, you all. Would we find out what this clock? It's probably just, is it all timed by one main clock? The ARM mainboard. You mean this here? The ARM mainboard? Yes, there is. I just need a framework chassis. clock. Okay, so we're building here. We actually played with it. Oh, here, it built. Would you look at this? So what did we had here? Gershwin desktop. Should we package this Vulkan examples, but they're not really, or is there any value of? I mean, maybe there is value, and I mean we have Mesa demos, right? Mesa examples. I mean, maybe there is value in having this as a package. So on trade shows, I mean, would you ever really need that except for performance and conformance testing and stuff? What you're thinking? Should we package this as Vulkan examples? Did I even get? Oops, I did this wrong. Ah, that's so wrong. Also get not found. Is there this clock things? I think we had this clock called named what's there be clock things? So all for, oops, this was wrong. Do we have any directly matching with clock events? How did I name that clock? I think maybe it was named GPU. Bus virtual device base SoC. Here's the GPU trip point. What's the temperature of that? Does it have GPU virtual 70 degrees? Oh, it's warm. Okay, Git is getting. What do we have here for the GPU clock? Clocks. Syscon APM GPU things. Clock APMO GPU. Syscon APMO. Is this some multi-clock driver? What is that? Clocks, there's must be some clock multiplexing thing. We somehow need to wire this clock up there. Here's some mem clock frequency 0, clock cell 0. GPU clocks core memsys clock VO clock Where is a clock video out? Is it clock video out? I have no idea what this runs at, but it's a little bit slowish. I mean, given it has only, what did this other code do there? We could maybe somehow YOLO this in some init thing of hard coding that to the maximum clock for now or whatnot. Not copy and paste anymore. So how did we build this? I think that was some very long. Do we have this here somewhere? Thank goodness we have this in the backlog. Good, why this might build. Set frequency, how does this work here? Active power management. There are two defines for this. If defined for STSOC. Why does it call this ST? So either you have support if defined support, otherwise this is some device. Model real power. Where do they set frequency? Clock get rate, G platform, GPU clock. Okay, there is some. Is this Linux? Mutix log set power state. So they, okay, they also have set voltage. Null platform. Wait, they don't set voltage? If Linux may, do they even build with that? Maybe they don't even build with that. Like maybe they don't even have that. Because I don't see set voltage. Or what does that do? So it's just debug printf. Set voltage YOLO. Set voltage we don't need. And that's what most people not see in vendor kernels of like, yeah, nothing really works. This is apparently not a thing here, unless if defined common if no wait, there is defined support Linux DVFS. So I don't have a specification for this thing. I got some secret links. I would need to check, but I got some documentation. But the thing is, I hate this modern stuff of like some GitHub links of secret GitHub. I should actually instantly save everything, but like if there are 100 convoluted links, it's easier said than done, because like I'd rather have this on my local storage than some cloud Git secret private Git link stuff. So voltage, they don't scale. Probably, I mean, maybe they didn't even implement. That's also the thing, right? Transmeta did voltage scaling 20, 30 years ago, and like modern SoCs, why modern SoCs all like non get rate, mutic things, clock set rate, UE frequency. Is this a kernel API? Maybe it is. Yeah, there are some clock set rate things, yes. Given I have no idea what that clock is. I mean, maybe if it's uninitialized, like maybe it's even running with 50 megahertz or whoever, some random, who knows what it runs, like implementation defined random leftovers of booting or whatnot. We had here some there was clock thing here actually. I think they didn't have here any, right? Somewhere, because it was earlier. Lost, request idle, stalled, init manual, disable unprepared. It was oopsing here somewhere earlier when we didn't have a clock. I mean, hobbies, playing with my family, guitar and stuff. Actually, here we have this prepare, enable, prepare. I don't know what this clock comes on with. $819. That's voltage and that's clock. Highest performance, right? Do we want highest performance? Who wants highest? I think this is passed in there directly, right? Or is it not? I don't know. Imagination up. What is the API for? UI32 frequency. Actually, we could even old frequency. Power or this is proof of concept, right? It just reduces. Oops. Yes, print, dev and stuff, and it's just I don't use this daily enough to remember precisely. I should get used to this fancy, fancy macros. I mean, theoretically, regarding hobbies, I would, oh, we have viewers. We had 100, why did we have 412 viewers for a moment? Why is this jumping so much? Regarding hobbies, I would like next to renovate some off-grid cabin and just live in peace and solitude, right? So shall I subscribe for off-grid renovation. Basically ignore that. I think this should build except not expected before. What have I done? Ah, here. It's not Lua. VA arc things of too many arcs for format. Set things of fail to set clock. Yes. Just I could type here. That's better. Let's see what we booted with. Oh, look at this. We built examples. Here, let's where are the bins? All here or here? Full current scene. What could possibly go wrong? Couldn't find compatible Vulkan ICD. What? Why is that? Why do we have Vulkan cube but what? Oops, that's wrong. Why does it say that? Why does my cube work but not triangle? Why shit always not just working? I don't understand. Why shit always shit? I think I mean, I guess I could Zink fix message file directory. Why would that be? Why would that be? It failed to connect to X. What the fuck? Thank you for the lookup. Yeah, maybe that runs without X. That's true. Oh, holy shit, is that stupid? Why is shit always so stupid? Yeah, maybe the sway runs without X valence. That is possible. Wait, why do I have 26.3 here? Because it's the old build. Because it's the old build, and yes. I guess just reboot, huh? What do you try to achieve? Only build, like, first of all, bring up the latest high performance RVA 23 RISC-V silicon. Also maintain the best Linux distribution with the most wide, broadest undeleted support ever. Thanks for asking. By the way, we run T2 Linux. And the top 1 Twitch streamer, thank you. Appreciate this. So, what did our patch do, if anything? how did I call that? Did I call that? What did I call that? Clock disabled, unused clocks. Is this the one just built? April 22nd? No, that's not the one just built. Oh, that's, I did something stupid. I didn't copy the kernel modules. And Kuluk was not here to notice. What's with team proofreading? It's a module. I'm surprised it's even here. We need modules installed. Can we even RM mod that? What was the name? Oh, we can RM mod that, except something, oops. Says, but aside from that, we could RM mod that. That was 3, and that was lib modules. That's more than I hoped. Loaded firmware. Do we not have clocking things? Old clock rate. So it did run at 307 megahertz, maybe, potentially, randomly. Now we run it at 800. Will it be faster? I mean, potentially we run it. That's what we tell it to do. Whether it really does it is something else. Is it over 2 times faster now? What's even now? Oh, we did something wrong. We didn't. I want broken Vulkan stuff. Does it look faster? Yes, no, maybe? I don't know. The question is, would all of KDE blend faster? I'm a CSE student and Linux level development. Which project like customer indicator? Can I send you my resume for an intern? Not really. I'm sorry, I can't really. If you shall like subscribe and like we need to grow before I can hire more people or even intern. I literally have like if I intern people, which I did 10 years ago, like I get just less done. I'm sorry. Like you can intern here live on Twitch and YouTube. So yeah, this EGL stuff, like this EGL's. Oh wait, what is this crashed? Oh, that's dead. Oh, you know what? We did run this power saving stuff. We should maybe CPU frequency scaling, not stack dump there. It's like, no, just maybe just where's my power? My power is here's my power. Maybe we should make the default Maybe we should make the default power performance. I mean, yeah, of course that needs some real infrastructure. It looks to me like currently there is no CPU. I didn't see any clock set. Hey, maybe we need, shall I subscribe? Maybe we need to introduce dynamic clock scaling infrastructure for the Imagination PowerVR driver. Right? Don't delay, shall I subscribe, and Patreon and all the other good stuff today. The first is always the most time consuming, is always getting stuff done at all. And like figuring out what, where and stuff, and then that looks little but is 50% of the stuff. And then when we know what we need to do, like making it nice and stuff, it's the other 50%. Or like, actually maybe the usual 20-80 split is more realistic of like, but just to keep us motivated. Let's try this again. Here, of course. Oops. Maybe I should change the password to current password. No. Yeah. Because I keep that's shorter and testier. And we could try Plasma again. That has the benefit of maybe having equivalent for the other Vulkan demos, although it's being a slow piece of shit somehow. Jesus started way faster. I think this might be the power performance. I mean, yeah, if you do stuff on the GPU, stuff faster. So, surprise. What do the? But hey, we had no graphics too. We have somewhat working imagination stuff. That was way easier than expected, except the user land, which is at least latest Mesa Git had stuff working more than expected now. Strange experience, you all. Vulkan objects. Vulkan objects bin. Okay, we can first try triangle. Oh, 300 frames triangle. Look at that beauty. If that ain't something, then I don't know what is. Texture, cube map, shit. What would work? Like, okay, okay, let's feel lucky. Let's feel lucky. 4p in any do p done. Let's some things command not found. Oh, we did this wrong. We did this. Yes, we did this wrong. It needs of course be ./p. Oh, there are some assertions. Oh, shit is not happy. Assertions in but font. Add font from file. Stuff works surprisingly. Like, why did nothing of this work? Oh, no, we crashed it again. Oh. Somehow this is not yet that stable. All this is RCU again. So much to feeling lucky. You should get Mango Hut. Append it in front of Mango Hut so you can get an FPS count. Need to power cycle my power delivery. Like 2026, your power delivery USB stuff crashes. I kid you not. I mean, I don't know what the official clock frequency of the thing should be. I copied it from. Here's an example of it on Wikicube things. Screenshot. So yeah, to no one's surprise, this is slightly not as stable as I thought it would be. Yeah, whether this full HUD thing would work, do we even have that? It even works on PowerVR. If it even, yeah, it adds an overlay FPS counter. We should also not run with Kwin because it's slow as a Molossus thing there. I don't know why this doesn't bring up. I mean, we could know that. Do we? I mean, now that we have that working more, like, let's feel even more lucky because somehow. Should this build everything? I think it should build everything, right? One of those swapped audio on my screen. You're talking right things comes. It should not be swapped. I had tested that. That sounds like you're. I had double checked that, and one of us have swapped audio on my screen. You're looking right, and your voice comes. Yeah, this should be swapped on your side. I had once as stereo. I had this once checked. I'm pretty sure it's correct. At least the last time I checked it, it was correct. So the only problem is it will build a while. Namely, potentially, maybe over 22 minutes. Oof. Maybe I don't want to do this now. I mean, BTOP would have been nice. How long did this build? Yeah, I had this. Notech had this once. I mean, with headphones, it's. I think when Notech reported this 6 or 12 months ago, I swapped it, but it's, of course, easy to swap headphones. After I swapped it for Notech, I checked this at home and it was reversed. So yeah. I wonder if I can correctly. I potentially maybe pressed. I mean, I killed there some make things because I didn't even want it to really build all of this. Actually, wait. Ironically, our estimated build time is wrong because it doesn't take parallelism into account. I should update. Can I like save? Can I like, does this share correctly? The last time I shared a screenshot, it didn't. Oh, this did anyway not share nicely. Something's building. Okay, that's actually okay. Okay. stereo sound I spotted it just. You're right, thanks to your stereo sound I spotted it just now. Yeah, it's of course easy to miss with normal movies. I guess even I wonder how many. I mean, okay, to be fair, I think very few people have surround sound. Like even I don't have surround sound at home. My fancy parents have, but they also worked their whole life like electrician and stuff. So actually they earn some real money, not only computer science, tip jar, Twitch streaming things. So I don't know how many, like that's also the thing, like with all the dumping down, like when I was young, people like, hey, I got surround sound at home, and now like, nah, I got a shabby, not really good stereo tablet on my couch. I mean, humanity is so funny. And like from those people who have some fancy stuff at home, I wonder how much is wired correctly, because most people don't even care and pay much attention if some Star Wars TIE fighter would fly correctly from left to right over the head and stuff. So yeah, I wonder, like, yeah, but again, I guess very few people have, like, from all the 8 billion people, I mean, most live in poverty and many live with iPhones and tablets and stuff. And even I don't have surround sound at home, so yeah. Here, BTOP things. Yeah, theoretically, if just we had some more funding, which, I mean, less you, but like vendors, I don't even have the most contact with SpaceMed, to be honest. Because theoretically, we would need to review. I mean, first of all, that's not stable. The question now is how much do they know? Is not stable, how much is fixable in software. But like even that, like I mean, this figuring out why, is this software, is it this random lookups here, is, yeah. So that is like whole day's worth of, I mean, a whole department can debug such things, right? That's what most people don't see. That's, of course, identical to Intel and AMD early bring up. At Gamers Nexus also, the AMD people even said their Zen 4, like some Zen, or was it original? Like some Zen early silicon, like maybe Zen 1 or Zen 4, whatever. Even the memory controller didn't work, and when they could get it to work at all, it was running at 40 megahertz or whatever. So like the world's slowest memory since 386 or whatnot. And like booting in like minutes and whatnot, like after. So it's not like only RISC stuff is buggy, right? Like even AMD on Gamers Nexus is like, nah, our first memory controller, man. The problem is here sway. That's why I thought like maybe I should hyperlink. Has this here, like, does it need what is how to start here X-Wayland? X-Wayland session. How to sway X-Wayland? Does it not just work? Or is it path maybe hard-coded? Scale factor. Chips X-Wayland with sway. I mean, we could probably run it manually. How many years is this old? December 22. Wayland, what's enable? Because I thought with maybe we just build all of Hyperland. Not really the most fun to do that now, but okay, let's just see what works here. Can't take that long, right? Most people don't even perceive 3.2 pull down. For a mini kernel project, would you recommend starting with a simple round robin scheduler first or design priority based things? few questions. I would generally recommend to do first simple. Is T2 Linux only for Mac? No, T2 Linux is for everything. TT, that's another T2 Linux. AI, my thoughts on AI are not good. AI is not, LLMs are not AI, and these LLMs are not good. And the not good is destroying humanity as much as this triggers people, including Trap here. What did I want? I wanted to do something. Okay, so next we need proper hardware entries for this stuff, no? I mean, next, we could work here full day and maybe realistically, I mean, yeah, I need to somehow find a formula, not only to do more fair code, because like this, we sit here, do enablement, hey, okay, SpaceNet said deep computing centers this board. Maybe they send some tip jar. So far they didn't send any tip jar money. Because we could also, and also, sure, RISC-V International sends a macOS board, the P550. When I asked them, by the way, could someone send us a P550? Although I wanted the same high-five sci-five that Dennis Last Miles has, because he says that booting is such a shit. I didn't realize that there's another P550, so why I didn't got the right P550. But we could even do that open source enablement, but maybe this will also just work, right? Plus maybe some clocking and stuff. I mean, that's the thing. Like, nobody has done this. It's shocking to me. It's really shocking to me how easy it is. I mean, at least for me, besides shit not working, it's so easy. Except it's only in Git latest and release candidate and stuff. Wasting a day with trying random stuff until random stuff works. But it's shocking that apparently nobody did this for other RISC-V boards. It's like, yeah, RISC-V PowerVR, it's like shit. It's like mostly just works, except some bugs and stuff. But if just the Linux kernel foundation would have some pocket money or stuff. Because I'm saying this because I'm extremely overdoing my time here, as you can imagine. I do way more than I should. Next, we need we need to find some formula. The thing is, I can't even just make a good YouTube video now, because like I think for a really good YouTube video, which I could make some YouTube video now, which probably would have quite some views, but I don't have a framework chassis because I was too cheap to buy one, and now. But that's also the thing, like spending money just to make a better YouTube video. That's everything's so frustrating. Where are we? 14. Next, we need to create some images. So, of course, there's always a win. There's a win of that we enable all of the stuff in T2. Or we should also actually... it's probably not as much. Do I have fear? I have that here. Okay. K3 PowerVR. Like maybe Linux K3 patch random stuff. We need to create hardware entries, so at least I should actually let me quickly, while this is building, let me quickly post this to Patreon. man, the pattern usability. So Hyperland building 14 minutes. Yeah, C++ code loaded. I guess that's building. Time for or maybe this thing is overheating. Maybe we should implement thermal things. Maybe we also need lunch. Let me do muesli. But it's also crazy, despite that not running the most amazingly. Major Lua version upgrade requires rebuilding 13 packages. Just show why our sick folded Lua building it fixed it. Yeah, that's probably not ideal. Yeah, but so of course this is not the latest Intel and AMD hardware. No, it's not Epic and Threadripping. But it's also crazy how bad the experience is. Sure, this is prototype silicon, that's only RISC-V and stuff, and the driver we had to fix. But even with the driver working, and now we would need to profile, we would need to read the specification to understand like how does basically making this Mesa code as fast as it possibly could be potentially. So theoretically, next would be profiling, mob profiling, and whole system analysis. Does it run at this clock? Does it need? Why does it crash? Does it overheat? Does it need more scaling and whatnot? But all in all, the state of computing, right? 20 years ago, KDE 3 was snappy on 1 gigahertz AMD Athlon, and now KDE Plasma is slow like a molasses on latest RISC-V stuff, like on quad core, 2.4 gigahertz, 2.5, whatever. Yes, it's only RISC-V and stuff, but that's also what people sell, right? Like that's the pinnacle of innovation. I mean, yes, RISC-V and stuff. Yeah, C++ slow. Next we need a language. They have some ISA documentation. Don't want SDK, want. Back then KDE was also only snappy in rendering on. Not really. It was KDE 3 was pretty snappy. I recently plugged in a Cirrus Logic GPU and on a 1.2 gigahertz and transmitter efficient, so that was super snappy. So I wouldn't call a Cirrus Logic PCI GPU and transmitter efficient high end or even mid range. Ten-year-old stuff could easily, well, not really. I have a 10-year-old Microsoft Surface with Intel Core i7 ultra low voltage stuff. It runs like shit. Plus, many things are so broken, right? On my 10-year Retina MacBook Pro, it would run, but Novo crashes, right? Like, so yeah, it could run on mid-range, high-end, like if Linux Mesa driver and stuff wouldn't be so broken, right? So I would argue, good morning, have a good meal, thank you. 10-year-old Dell laptop runs Plasma just fine, but yeah, with real laptops and this gig run not a... Yeah, don't try this on Intel iGPU with 8 gigs of memory or whatever. Build something else here. Hypercontrol and oh wait, is it? Oh no, this is not. The problem is also that this modern stuff doesn't run at all on older than 10-year machines, right? This new stuff only runs, even ever only runs if you have modern GPUs with unified shaders. So that like on old PowerPC and other things, you basically have a slideshow, right? I mean, or software fallbacks that are so slow that you have a slideshow. So this modern state is really not that amazing, unfortunately. Okay, let's see what does Hyperland. Does it give us better performance? Does it come up like that? Or does it crash? Exited cleanly? Doesn't like something wonderful. Or did I not source? Oh, I didn't source. By the way, how should we even ship it? That even... I think we patched that away. We patched this I want broken driver stuff away. I mean, obviously we want a broken driver. Also wrong. No. Yeah, modern shit doesn't even start. I could read it, but I don't even know what file it is. cache, of course. It doesn't print this. What problem does it have? Super readable things received sick aboard. Where? Why? Crash reporter, pthread things. I have no idea what luck you had me at. I have no idea what's going on there. Like that people think that kind of diagnostics is congratulations. Yeah, some of this doesn't ex-Wayland. Maybe it has a path hard-coded. I guess read the source. Maybe hard-coded parse user bin. Do you stream on Twitch? Yes, I do. Maybe we should change the name again. Here's features. Wait, that is... Oh, that needs wroot. Found no O that builds without ex-Wayland for some reason. Cross builds. Dan from YouTube, thanks for sharing. Of course, you're welcome. Thanks for sharing, liking, and subscribing everywhere. Actually, it wants package config. Some missing dependency. was a bit. And probably order, I guess, parallel dependency stuff. Maybe dependency not cached. What? Why is this changed? Not sure. This does not have X. Why would this not have this dependency cached? Someone wants to... I mean, it's optional anyway, so... Wait, is it X1? I think it is, right? Theoretically, it should be debugged why it doesn't register, but we need to mark it optional anyway, so... Given I don't want to rsync over that, I guess we... locally rebuild this quickly, now that we have high performance with scrap silicon. Maybe that's the only thing. Lip tift off? What is that? A lift off? Lift off? Why is this just this odd number? This appears to be optional, huh? Wait, what did I just do? I think it's optional because it built without that, cross built without that, so what did we just rebuild? We did rebuild this, right? The question is that enough? Do we need to rebuild Sway? Okay, let's see what happens. Brave New World things. "41 seconds, let's go." I mean, maybe it is tempx11, but I think tempx11 is this not created by systemd things these days? I think I remember this from December. Would that finally work? Once upon a time it did work. Oh, here. Um, "20 FPS synced." I don't know you all. How is this 20 FPS? Peak performance. I mean, we should check what is the load. How to even yeah, that is the difference between 100%. That is why I want graphics. People was like, nah, LVM pipes. Like, you want your CPUs to CPU things. I mean, yeah, whatever. We don't have GPU load here. Next, we also need to implement. Hear me out. We need to implement GPU load for questions where this is slow only on or any other. Yeah, that is why I had here this TI Beagle play, which I guess we need to do next. Yeah, could be everything, but I mean, yeah, the Mesa is experimentalish and not fully confirmed yet, but it's also not, I mean, it's theoretically not my department, right? Like big name corporations do that for years, and that's the status. Somehow it was never that fast for me, really. Oh, version. Ah, font file from TTF. Which font file does it wanna? So basically, examples not work because font file. Selected GPU does not support tessellation shaders. Oops. I guess way more to do. Which one looked nice? One was super nice looking. Was it this one? But maybe all don't work because font. It also, like, maybe we do this on a non-garbage looking. What was it? Add font. Why is this a matches? Yeah, thank you very much. Sources. What font do they add here? Also, like, yeah, the state of the pinnacle of engineering cannot do font. My data folder, my font file, cannot make this up. Yeah, we can complete, yeah. Although, I mean, yeah, maybe they have. I mean, wouldn't be tessellation shaders be part of Vulkan 1.0 because they say there that's conforming on some other GPUs, right? I don't use LSPs because when I was young, they syntax highlighting worked like shit. I'm even deadlocked Emacs Lisp with C++ templates. Basically, they give me so little that it's not worth my time to mess with them, but if they help you, I of course be happy. Hey, we're happy that we're lucky that this triangle worked. Did even texture fail? Yeah. What do they do here? Version 0 failed. Wait, where is... Oh, that is wrong. There's assets robo... Home user source Vulkan external. This doesn't have assets. Gotta be kidding me. Modern deployment shit. Why is everything such a waste of time? Like, everyone pretends they're the most clever, everything is amazing. A submodel in it can be existing. We didn't do recursive. We didn't do that, I think. Damn it. Yeah, get usability. Of course, it doesn't just work. You need to do manual things additionally because cloning effort. There it comes. Can't make this stupid shit up again. You would think even Subversion checks out externals by default. Need to remember basically git clone recursive always. you doing something? Progress output difficult. Linus Torvalds usability doesn't need progress output. Progress output for losers. Anyway. I think that's optional. I mean, it built without lib lift off, whatever that does. Right? No, yeah, it's optional. Whatever that does. I think we didn't log in here yet, so swear. What? What changes? One password entry later. Welcome everyone. Tuning in recently. Oops, wrong. What is this git clone doing? Did this? Oh, here, checked out shit. Whoa. Let's see. Let's run with assets. I hope it's fully checked out. So 80 frames per second. That's not complete garbage. Huh? I think it's crushed. Page destroy, MMU unmap. Why does it do that often? Does it do that for each init? Enable kernel assessment without U access reach change it virtual. Some nice null pointer. That's unfortunate. Guess we need to debug. Mr. Schmidt thinks LSPs are really nice. Function parameter, hence jump to definitions, important for me. Looking forward to my own language. Can't wait for it. Yeah, I mean, the only thing was the main thing I miss. The thing is, when I'm doing open source, like when I'm doing T2 stuff, then I'm source hopping so much that it's I don't even use LSPs. Like first of all, I mostly remote server work. I mean, I guess some LSPs could work with NeoVim. But then how do they index overly huge projects like Firefox and Linux kernel and stuff? I mean, I guess they would only be like on in Xcode. They annoy me actually. Like Xcode and Visual Studio slow me down. Cool time stuff popping up. When I develop my own stuff, then I usually know where stuff is, and I also don't use it really the most. Let's use a lower frequency. I don't know if it's I mean, maybe it's generic. Maybe it's frequency stuff. Who knows? Oh, did we even after reboot? Oh, here it was. Oops. Need to be careful not to override this clock. Why does this clock multiple times? Power on sequence manual. Does it each time? I mean, maybe it resumes that with, but like, why do we reclock that? I don't understand. Let's also not clock it that high. I mean, that's what they do, but let's maybe not run it at that clock all the time. Let's first make a stability test. Nyarl, Penguin, but I'm focused on your own proclaim. IDEF side. Isn't Visual Studio and Xcode kinda slow by itself? I mean, our Xcode code in Xcode is okay, but on modern Apple Silicon, but yeah, getting slower every year for sure. So they had here multiple frequencies. I don't see them modifying the voltage, to be honest. The voltage there was doing nothing, so I don't know, you all. Let's use something more conservative for initial testing. I don't want here instability due to frequency for now. So it came up with $300 stuff. I saw somewhere 799 the other day, but overclocking your CPU with that simple trick. Let's, I mean, right now it's oops anyway. Let's reboot, obviously. This platform, we anyway had some stability marginalities here, even with before we did this on the CPU. So who knows what's going on with this prototype silicon here. Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Those modern people here come like, why not Visual Studio? Like you, like Microsoft development IDEs were always the most bloated, crappy shit I did. Like when I was young, I learned not to touch this stuff, and now people are like, why don't you use Visual Studio? It's like oof, Visual or whatever the current name is. I don't understand, like now they celebrate every removal here. Actually, I wanted to get T2 working on OLPC. So Linux kernel in 2026, they notice something is broken, and instead of fixing it, they just delete it, like pure Microsoft energy. It's not about with support. I never needed French rule was error of France. What random? It's I don't need community and stuff. Like, have you seen the Emacs community? Like, what community support do you need? I write code. I don't need the community support to support my what extensions. I want to write code and not play with extension. Like, man, you all like priorities. I don't know what your priorities. So should be slightly lower now. Let's see what happens. But now that we have sway, oh yeah, that's wrong, of course. Why would anyone need GPU support in a terminal editor? Yeah, for faster rendering, especially on like those RISC-V hardware. So that your CPU cycles are free for Lisp language things, server protocol things. Oh, that crashed fast. Oh, you know why? I forgot to... wait, somehow... Also job timeout. Maybe it didn't enable oh here RCU preempt stall detect. Something is not happy with also this CP. Your terminal might render 60 FPS just fine, but like if you have stuff scrolling like Git checkout and stuff, then you want that is basically in general it's always, even if it renders at 60 FPS, like often you have stuff scrolling more than 60 FPS, but in general it is best to do it efficiently on core processors. Like whatever you do on core processors, whether that might be digital signal processors and sound cards and stuff, but also GPUs, is available for your applications on main general purpose central processing units, right? That's unfortunate. It was relatively stable until we started to play with the things here. If you don't have a monitor, you have to use glass terminal or a teletype. GPUs have massive amount of programmable compute, so should use as much as possible to have CPU monitor. Yeah, that's also what. It's similar to like old-fashioned CPUs of course old CPUs don't have unified shaders, but they have blitters, and that's why on old stuff everything is super slow now, because everything is emulated. Everything needs to emulate inefficiently unified shaders on CPUs. I didn't install it. So I only do this as a free extra here to avoid. I mean, I could change it in a config file, but I can also just change it here. And then how did this even happen? Oh. Yeah, there is apparently some def red thing of meh. Is this our thing? No, it must be upstream. Maybe we should fix this eventually. What is a clock now? Why is it still 800 old clock rate? Oops. Why is it 819? I thought I changed that. Can this for some reason not set to any? What do I overlook that this doesn't change? Oops. Are there limitations to what it can do? 614. Didn't rebuild. Wait, what? Yeah, PowerPC LOL, yes. Just joined. Guy coding without an IDE, yes. IDEs are for people who, I don't know. IDEs are for people who need, well, how are those, sidecars, like support wheels, yeah, so that sounds good. If you need an IDE you didn't grow up yet, I'm sorry. Welcome to YouTube University. Do something wrong here. 26, 6, 18, 6 lib modules. Wait, what? Unexplained error. That's not looking the most stable. Now it's another clock. Maybe this clock cannot do all clocks. But let's, with all this oopses, better reboot. We can afford it. Training wheels. That's yeah. That's what I meant. Thank you. Need to learn here things. Yeah, it might shock you, but you can write code without a IDE. Also, we log into servers and things. Whole backend code and it runs fine. What is anti-gravity? This guy is coding in command. It's called terminal, not CMD. We are not on Windows, we are on Linux. We do professional Unix stuff. We code, this guy codes like code was meant to be coded. Like the good old fashioned Unix way. Like at the 70s at MIT and iTool at all, usually not. Like, why should I get distracted with hallucinating large language model things? Seems like you don't, which makes me happy, but currently why not sorts? Usually doesn't help me, and also I want to concentrate and get stuff done. Besides, usually I do so much mixed things all day long, and debugging low-level things. It's like usually we guru meditate here, hardware, low-level hardware things. It's like, what should I ask the AI about? Like, why does my PowerVR thing here not PowerVR? Why does it not render me some triangle and things? He's not building a, yeah, I'm not building a to-do app. I'm not centering a diff here. We are past centering diffs here. Let's double check. Do we default to performance now? Yes. Let's see if it's more stable at 600 something megahertz. If you think it's only useful for that, then you don't set space. Trap. Oops. I just don't see how I should interact with an agentic code thing here on my remote things with remote problems, but what I didn't mean it's only helpful with centering divs. I'm pretty sure it will do wonders reverse engineering me PowerVR drivers next time. I'm just saying I don't see how I can efficiently stick this in and do the guru meditation for me. Also, I don't want to spend all my money. I don't want to expend all my non-existing money of you not sharing, liking, subscribing, and super thinking enough. Do I look like I have money for AI? Like, do you think I have money left to pay big tech bros in Silicon Valley for their chai latte? Like, my first coffee ain't even empty today. My first homebrew coffee. That's how cheap we are. And until you share, like, and subscribe enough, I cannot afford agentic code token things. So, does this work? Okay, right now. It's the spinny spin. Oh wait, this is wrong. Why does it say LVM pipe? Oh, maybe I forgot to source this file. Maybe I should make this my init.rc thing. Somehow it spins faster in software, but YOLO. That's actually a performance comparison. Does it clock? Because now previously we had only one value. Let's see. Was coffee wanted a few moments ago? Time coffee. I have exact pain sourcing files, LD things. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, how should we ship it? We would somehow, we would not want, I mean, okay, we could, we would, either we need somehow, either we dynamically need to test if we have some GL thing, or we somewhere, we could match, actually maybe we could match the driver, we could somewhere globally, like, if driver is a certain set of things, then we globally export the sync gallium sync driver thing, which is like, what are the Mesa people like? Hey, it works if you with this set of environment vars, it works. It's like, yeah, it means this broken PowerVR thing we will patch away. Pointed code idea pro things, reverse engineer things, platform drivers for someone who wants pro higher things. What roadmap would you recommend should study first? I don't have the most recommendations for that. I wrote a summary a while ago. Maybe this low-level thing helps you. So, source object bin. I also in general recommend to look what you're interested in. So what did we, I mean, obviously at a triangle. That's a pretty nice triangle. Look at that. How many FPS would that be? What else did we run? Texture. Did particle system work? Oh, holy shit, particle. I mean, that's not peak performance, but at least it's something. We could also compare that actually to LVM pipe. What would be? I mean, that's quite some fancy thing to work, right? There's a sphere, specialized constants. I mean, for a non-conforming thing, that's better than nothing. I mean, is this performance amazing? No. But it's better than nothing. First, we need to get this stable. Right now, I don't know why it's sometimes... I mean, it might be the frequency or cooling or... Can you just preview rootf as preview for publicity and ship it once? What? You just do a preview rootfs or something for publicity and ship it once it's enabled fully? Do you think Phoenix would cover it at this point? Yeah, a full rootfs, we would need like a whole day tomorrow. Like for a whole rootfs, we need to actually implement some proper image packaging, right? I mean, I'm not caring about Phoronix. Like this ship has sailed. I don't know. Like, by the way, tessellation. This tessellation didn't want to work. Does it work this time? No. Which scene was this fancy scene? Did we? Oh, here. I mean, that's not peak performance, you all. I mean, it's better than nothing. I wonder how that would. So 14 FPS, I mean, that's relatively fancy, right? What if we... was it Mesa? What was the I want broken shit define? I mean, so far it didn't crash yet, like maybe it's not frequency stable. So that should be LVM pipe. How fast would LVM pipe be? I would be disappointed. Yeah, that's... Oh no. Oh wait, it does 14 FPS. Why does it does... Oh, I did this wrong. Something was... Yes, welcome Notec. I also made a typo and did unset this with $1. So how much slower would simulating a GPU be on... oh here, 8 FPS. So we nearly double that. We nearly double that and free the GPU, right? So, I mean, it should later be way faster. Industry forged. Also, Notec, we got shit working. I could set this. Would it be gallium driver or would it be Vulkan driver? That's the thing. I didn't want it to experiment. This is gallium not for GL only. I lost overview. Honestly, it might be also Mesa loader. Industry forged tunings that just work. Yes. That's the spirit here. Okay, what was the thing that what did we earlier does someone remember? What did we run 10-15 minutes ago? What did we initially run and particles maybe? I mean, yeah, particles was one of them. It was the one with the shield. No, not this. We did run this. Yeah. Wait, what was? Did I run particles? Okay, that's 10. Whole 2. So yeah, GPU, like no surprise, proper GPU way faster. We are not even sure. I mean, that's why we do. People's like, why do we do this? Like, yeah, we want peak performance, right? You do not get a snappy desktop without a GPU. What was the thing? So it doesn't really. Maybe it was texture 3D. Oh, here that was the fancy thing that I called fancy. I mean 35 FPS. So, I mean, what was even? Was it this right? How to? Alright, I think the modern way can do that just fine, right? Here, the future. Actually, the future even more would actually be if I'd moved that over there. So we run this on RISC-V, right? For all the RISC-V haters here, like, this is PowerVR on RISC-V, you all. 35, and this is, yeah, that's the difference. 35 FPS and near zero CPU load, right? That's what we are after. I mean, we probably should make a screenshot because, like, dude, holy shit. And that is even underclocked because I wasn't sure if the instability was due to too high clock. That's 600 megahertz clock on the GPU versus 812. Wait, where is this ending? Is it ending here? 620 by it's ending here. Yes, accept and save and copy, and you cannot say that we didn't test the shit. Okay, so why do I do this? I need to figure out what works, what not. Do RISC-V haters? Yes, everyone here hates RISC-V. Not everyone. Too many people here hate RISC-V. I mean, I'm shocked how well this works now. I mean, surely it's not stable for whatever reasons. I didn't make this hardware. People surely could guru meditate this hardware instabilities, which I hope they solve here sooner. Oh, this didn't paste because things. Do we have any other good fear things? Thank you all so much for all your shares, likes, and subscribe. It means a lot and is what keeps all of this fancy stuff here. Texture. I think we stop here soon. What was it? Bump map or 3? I think it maybe texture 3D. Maybe that was the thing that I. Oh no, that's also not what I meant. But hey, 100 and stuff frames. Also, maybe this is running wrong here. Maybe this needs that one here. Oh no, it crashed. No, it didn't. No, it didn't crash. It's just mouse. It's just yeah. Does okay? So yeah, okay. More pixels, less frame rate. That's surprisingly not bad. I mean, it's receive some unknown commands, firmware, CCB command, whatever those are. Didn't crash yet. What other texture? The cube map? Did we cube map already? Oh no, that was this one. Yeah, whatever the thing was with... I mean, we could try all again. Do we have this loop here still? 4p in star do. The last time it crashed. The question is, will it survive this time? Let's try all correctly. I mean, how many screenshots do we need of this? Wait, what? Why does this? Do we need to do this differently? What is close? Windows W? What was close and? Is this 19? Yes, it is. That's 19. But that's full HD, whatever it's called. Crazian Gerd, who claimed he can outperform GPU with software on T2 Discrete. I don't remember, but I remember one crazy guy who told me manually running configure make install is more reliably because like automation causes random build errors. It's like, what the fuck? Sure, manually typing 800 packages for cross compilation, right? Like some. All right, this I remember there was someone with some graphic things. Yeah, I mean you will never outperform a proper GPU with on. Like unless you compare S3 Verge or 3VX Voodoo on an epic Threadripper, if you have a similar generation class thing, you will like of course GPU will be faster unless the GPU is complete potato garbage. What did I wanted to do? Also, do we have here? The dude was saying. By the way, we should maybe check what's the temperature doing. Thermal, not that we burn the CPU here, it's just GPU here live on. All right, we don't need to, we have that here. 73, 78 GPU is top here, 74 kits. Yeah, I mean, I don't, for stability, I don't CPU frequency scale the CPU right now. Why don't you launch a full-fledged course on Linux and things? Because I have Linux distribution to do. Unbelievable what? T2 is unbelievable, yes. T2 is unbelievable. It's the best kept industry secret. So don't delay, don't share, keep this bookmarks is for you. Don't tell that anyone. Don't visit this website. It's like... knowledge of the stuff would frighten, would irritate the general population. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to check what sway default window close binding is because I can't close a window. Close, quit, where was quit, term, things, exit, things of exit sway. What was, here was kill, maybe, so kill, focused, shift Q, is kill that? Is kill that mod shift Q, also, maybe, mod shift Q, that works maybe. I mean, the only thing is can sway, not remember here this positioning. Can they not? Because like this, it's a little bit annoying. Oh, here that is where this stuff falls over that one here. And how many frames? 13 FPS. Goodness of things, stuff, thingy things. What did I just say? Q? Control Shift Q. Compute cool and LOD. Oh, here, that did something. So we're basically stability testing this. Earlier it wasn't stable, so I guess maybe 800 megahertz clock too high. Also, this is not production silicon. Before people hate this here, I was like, okay, this is slow as shit can get, I guess. Before the haters come out with a pitchforks. Finished, press enter to terminate. This is pre-production silicon, serial number 16. So before you come with your pitchforks of that's not amazing, hopefully final silicon. Now that's locally I run KDE. And that's way. What did you say? DWM. That's Xorg, right? We run here as a Wayland Future. What is? Do we need to test all, or I mean, in a way? Oh, you know what would be fun? It's like, so in general, shit appears to work, right? Let's build GLmark, right? That we packaged. I increasingly. Oh wait a second. Let's save energy, and there is no reason I waste energy on Ryzen. If I would find my, let's log out here so it suspends. I don't need this in this moment here. Look at this, and then we are nearly only RISC exclusive. Yeah, trap depends how old GPUs, right? Even old GPUs will rasterize way faster than the best modern. I mean, you can't go back further than 10 plus years, right? Like 10, 15 years, then your GPUs will be faster. This increasingly becomes daily drivable. I mean, besides its Raspberry Pi performance, which needs that even faster. What these companies, of course, need to do is more dynamic. What do we have here? Install. What did I want? I wanted GLmark 2, or whatever the things. How long would this build? I think 1 minute stuff. Yeah, okay. Then Yeah, the question is, theoretically it would be worthwhile to compare this with the render implementation. But somehow it's also not really my department unless someone really wants to pay for something, like profiling the PowerVR Imagination PowerVR driver. And finding bottlenecks and this stuff. GL mark things, two things. Yeah, look at this. Where are we? CPU, 2% CPU, right? That is what all the GPU acceleration deniers always forget. This microstutters might be capturing for everyone. We capture this through Discord. Discord is, we really need funding. We are really begging for funding, as you can hear here, and we really would like $1. I always sound like a hobo under the bridge and stuff, but that is the reality of here, Patreon and stuff. You alternatively can also membership and other direct PayPal and stuff. Yeah, we need to come on, disappear. We need. Let's hope this screenshotted. Yes, it did. Here, more screenshot. Save. I find this save icons here so funny, right? Of old fashioned. So how many FPS? I hope this outputs FPS. I would need to see on real on. I mean, this would be worthwhile to investigate. Are those microstutters capture or other things? Pro tip: don't do. Don't do latency work on. Does it do something? Maybe that's. Yeah, trying to figure out where this microstutters. But yeah, from unusable to graphic in like 2 days. Yeah. Microstutter might also due to the clock. If you clock a bit higher, how does it? When I clock higher, it crashed, and also this crashed. Assertion Vmax failed. Yeah, so this kind of stuff we need eventually to debug. But otherwise, nice CPU load. Clock should not be microstutter. So like clock. Such long stutter is not clock. That might be memory deallocation. This might be buffer management, like, or yeah, I would need to connect it somehow differently to find out. We have some things that concerns me right now. One thing is that with CPU frequency scaling, it's less stable. I mean, at this rate, you could kind of start daily driving it soon. The only thing is, of course, it's unfortunately for the performance, not for normal people, really for daily driving. Have to go. Yeah, Dr. Schubert, thank you. Oh, late much. I might return. So I do this here just to test like how much more stuff crashes right now. I mean, that's a heavy website. By the way, do we identify as T2 Linux? I mean, yeah, this. Oh wait, is this even? Oh wait, is this a wrong? Is this a wrong click? Or is? Wait, now I'm confused. Wait, somehow I did some. No, here I did this. This is what I did wrong. Control T, like local browser. Yeah, give me more advertisements. Yeah, the real performance, like this is with laptop capture, the real performance would be is local display and stuff, of course, local display, HID, human interface device things. I tried OpenGL on K1 and it leaks memory badly. With which driver is that? I mean, that should be fixable, right? Oops, I think I did this wrong. With which driver was this on K1? With the proprietary Imagination or the open source? Memory leaks should be the easier things to fix. Okay, so far so good. What was exit? This one? No, this one is exit. We could one last thing try start KDE things, start Plasma. How well does it? But somehow, but that's a crazy thing. I mean, maybe that's just purely Qt Painter. I mean, hey, I think it starts faster. I mean, that's not yet amazing. I mean, it's faster, just not. Some things in KDE are also not crashed. I think it crashed. Yeah, it crashed hard. SBIE call invalid error. Oh yeah, it's RCO preempt detect install things off. There is something, whatever that is. Something is, not sure what that is about. Such kind of stuff. Yeah, everything like that difficult to find. Guess that's for another day. I mean, yeah, it's obviously also totally warm now. Why is it so hot here? Yeah, the stuff is best used with non-full-blown desktop environment things. Like Sway. What was with Hyperland? Hyperland didn't come up yet. Orange Pi Ubuntu image from Google Drive link. What time to be live? Quality content live from a kernel developer. Exactly. Keep holy things. Exactly. Yeah, this here. So we do at T2 we only do high level things like this kind of stuff. The vendor, like I'm not finding stability things for the vendor here, which I hope are not silicon related. What would be the next? I need to now we can also now that it works that much. Which keyboard? Of course. Which keyboard? Of course. Keyboard. We have that bookmarked in the meantime. Here we become professionals. Keyboard here. NuFi or NuFi or whatever. Field 75 HE Gateron white Hall effect things. Next I need Instagram. Now this is I'm shocked how after the shock that latest Mesa, latest stable release Mesa totally didn't work on this, but overall despite unfortunately wasting so much time on stuff that I thought would just work due to all the upstream hype, now it works surprisingly well. For that, nobody enables that for other boards. This was way too easy. Had I at this, but so performance, I would need to daily drive that then on a real HDMI to get a more direct performance feel. And so this project is T2 and a Pi 5. No, that's not a Pi 5. That's a prototype. That's RISC-V. But of course T2 works on this. This is does it fall out? This is Framework 13, RISC-V and ARM64 things. But of course Pi 5 works too. Missed what happened, what worked. That's new RISC-V silicon. We are developing T2 Linux. That would be that here, that's our story. And what works now newly is new RISC-V prototype silicon. Let me just Discord info things of that here, where you can support all this open source things of RISC-V board things, but theoretically also next we only need to do ARM board things. And that's also how, sure, I looked a little bit like a skill issue of not knowing what to do, but that's all the Mesa ecosystem and additional stuff that we sourced up here in our brain for future memory and recall, for future recall. And did I post this everywhere? Yes. And best shellac subscribe and all the other good stuff. So Hyperland we would need to see. Sway currently probably so far the more best. And wait, what? Did this crash already? Okay, apparently stability not yet amazing. Apparently sometimes. So this is even. So this has often RCU things of stall on things, preempt things, Jiffy things of. This is somehow meh. This is a shit experience. I mean, unless that is the GPU not coming up, like maybe we turn on the clock on the GPU and then it doesn't start, and then but similar things happened before we enabled the GPU, so meh. Need to power cycle here, the thing. Not sure why sometimes. Yeah, we need to figure that out. That's somehow a shit experience. That kind of stuff will also be total time sync thing to debug. This time it worked. But what I really wanted to do. So first of all, okay, GTK. I mean, the one thing would be did I install? Oh no, I didn't. So to really use that, like this would be like this, right? Do you Finio fetch? No. Let's make ourselves comfortable. Yeah, more testing, the most testing. Somehow without GPU it was more stable, but I mean, maybe it's a power issue because CPU, like initially I had the impression that CPU frequency scaling made it less stable. Now we also have, so just as a reminder, right? Basically that. Don't need gconf, don't need that. YOLO. I mean, you know what, we could actually, you know, I don't know what it uses that for, but okay, let's test. It's a reasonable seccomp, why not? Lisp sandboxing or whatever, I have no idea. That is how you would run that here, right? For actual local goodness. Actually, we could even screenshot that, right? Because we need to embarrassingly self-promote all this work. Yeah, don't delay run. Did I press print already? Here's print. Somehow. Where it was except here. And the crazy thing is everything here is T2, right? From my local Steam Deck desktop with KD Plasma to my servers and this RISC-V board, right? Like everything RISC-V here. So Emacs building in, I mean, yeah, it's not yet epic and thread ripping, but it's Raspberry Pi-like. Want to wash my car. Car wash is very near to my house, 50 meters. Should I walk or drive? You should walk for the environment. You cannot fool us with your AI questions. yeah, I like too. Good. Like this, we can start to add a story to the T2 website. Maybe even we probably should send more stuff around. Oh, like Reddit. Yeah, the thing is like, and that's the thing that makes or breaks a project. In general, I would want to go out, enjoy the sun, take some coffee, which probably I should do. But the difference between us and nobody knows about T2 Linux and others like the whole day, like Reddit, Phoronix, right, /dot. I slightly wonder why is the load not higher. Why is it's probably configure tests. It's probably still configure testing and stuff. Because next we also need to do the ARM board. Actually, the ARM board had also Mali driver of. Thank you, yes. And at this rate, we surely can really run RISC systems here exclusively. For an energy efficient summer, not to drive to the car wash. Okay, memes, don't need memes. Then Emacs, what's, oh, here now it's embarrassingly poorly building Emacs. Yeah, this stability issues need to be solved. We should run it with the SWIN board. The question, yeah, how much vector? I cannot run the exact same. Yeah, next. I mean, Hyperlink, yeah, we could. But next we could do other boards. We have another RISC. We have the RISC-V macros board. We have the ARM 13 framework board. I'm getting a little bit tired of it, though, to be honest. I guess realistically, next we need to think about T2 Linux and make embedded, like improve our embedded board. Small board tooling of image generation. We cannot only fix other people's things. Why does Hyperlink not want to come up? What problem does this have? Alright, it was this unreadable OpenGL implementation. C hyper OpenGL init EGL fails in how initialize errored out with EGL not initialized, failed to create no render for GL formats. That's strange. Why does Sway? How does Sway do it? Most things come up and then this thing, nah. Oh, Emacs is not Emacsing? Why not? What problem does that have? I thought it worked the other day. Oh, tree sitter. Oh, TS things. Bind external. I had seen that actually recompile with fpic against TS, which may bind what? This is silly. Why do we still have such things? Actually, I remember this from the other day. Crazy how millions watch Pro and spend on pros on OnlyFans, but someone doing real valuable work thinks 6 subscribers. To be fair, we have 60,000 subscribers on one channel, 56,000 on the other, and 9,000 on Twitch, but obviously we need more of this. Yeah, hear me out. How about we train an LLM thing to make a pretty girl out of me, and then we stream here with beautiful cam girl things. How about that? Some AI voice translation thing to girly voice, and does this fix that, or does that fix that not? Emacs tree setter undefined. But undefined because it's which may bind externally cannot be used when strange things. What strange things do they do there? When I was young, we wrote C code that just works. The VTuber would have to also translate his attitude. You mean like, it's so pretty, look at that. Not sure if just if picking Emacs would. Why do you say is NoTech still here? NoTech, are you here because we have YouTube comments? French Revolution was the best era of France, truly. Is that true, or do I need to time out these people? Yeah, so here. Look what meta computing sent here and deep computing sent here of like, look how beauty is like here, my new daily driver. It's amazing. Fresh from the keynote of was such a nice talk with Tim, RISC-V Apple things. Go buy, available in red, gold, blue, and of course with your stuff and repairability score of 8 out of 10. Download T2 and give it a shot. Velcro the back of the what? Velcro it to the back of this one. Yeah, this has a VESA mount. I think that's a VESA mount here. Like, look at this shiny VESA mount here, and look at the sound of this plastic. Look at this. It sounds so aluminium. Kind of nearly transparent aluminium, allegedly, potentially, maybe, probably not. So things. If this fixes that, I have no idea. So, good. Michael said we have firmware update of stuff. Actually, we could just run Repology before we wait here on Emacs. Can Emacs fix here something? Yeah, shall I subscribe? We have so much more to do, including the beautiful, look at this beauty here, tiny little tits, it's so tiny like me, here. Oh, this is transparent. Tiny little Raspberry Pi 5 thing, for which we also need to test more DGPU, external DGPU things. So that is the way I hope. Do we? No, we don't. What did I want to say? All right, here are the updates. I mean, the menu cores are a little bit annoying that you never have 100% load, but I mean, it is what it is. It just looks a little bit funny of not using the AI cores, but in a way it's accurate. You have half of your AI cores and they're not used, so I guess why not? Does anyone know how to get this chassis? I need a Framework Pro chassis. Oh, here's that. Oh, wait, what? Oh, here's that, huh? But why is... They list this now. Look at that, but that is not everything, huh? Touchpad, fingerprint reader, key travel. Interesting that they listed now. I mean, €200 is pretty fair. Does it come with the battery and everything? But not with a display, does it? It's probably without display, right? Interesting. The whole thing would be nice, because like this I would need to also find there more. Probably is this even right? That's a bit of a pain. Pre-order, I mean, this is a who series. Oh, what have I done? This is, that's what I've done. Wrong system. Here, I mean. Yeah, the RAM prices are. Oh, by the way, which pre-order phase is that? But yeah, I don't want that stuff. All I wanted is. Does it load here also? Oh, now it loaded. Wonderful. Right, Emacs here. No, that didn't fix a thing. Not really sure what's with that thing here, you all. Why do I not use stuff that doesn't work, right? So much to a tree sitter. What a waste as usual. Forgot even about that. Yeah, if someone wants some homework, this needs fixing. Now they are like, wow, yeah, at this rate I should have ordered. Damn it. When I first looked here, it was batch 5 July. This is, yeah, I guess framework, but that's also what people want, at least professionals, right? I mean, yeah, I also don't need it. So basically, why order a case for RISC-V board that's not fast enough to daily drive it for me, really? Let's do that differently. Or do we? Okay, I could post from to Instagram from here, huh? But okay, Emacs still is Emacsing. That is in the expert version. The question is, will it break something? There's only one way to find out. Oh, OBS Studio. This is build, not build. Someone messed up the external display of my ThinkPad. Hold on both, act on register. What odd is everything else is perfectly fine, no physical damage. Now, you guy with your French Revolution stuff, you are now on timeout because I'm not appreciating random bullshit here. If you wanna random bullshit people, go to other people. Brody's server. Rising, which screenshot? Was there a good one? Maybe the KDE one. Brody. I go there so certainly. Unix potato. You say post a screenshot in the Rising showcase things here. The KDE one, right? Or which one? I mean, this kinda is. like so. Oh, and someone liked it instantly. Are you? Actually, I could. People need a link, right? Yeah, next I need to put this on. Thank you for the suggestion. I should visit them often. Yeah, Trap, no idea how this, maybe some firmware update thing, like this stuff is super complex, right? I have also, unlike my old Mac, is the mini display ports also, after you unplug them 100 or 1,000 times, they also become okay, so Emacs otherwise builds. Cannot open display. Oh yeah, of course you can't, because it's secure. Here, look at that. Finally we can code. And then of course we have Dolphin and stuff, right, for file management. I mean, this we should fix. Oops, whatever reason. This doesn't happen on the other build, that's a little bit sus. Doesn't happen on ARM and stuff. Okay, I guess we are mostly done for today. We could commit some things here, like, oh, that didn't build for non-building reasons. Wait, did this do anything? Ah, that also wants that. From this experimental prototype stuff, I always pull the power out of the wall. Not that the shit burns down over the night. You never know what this stuff is doing. This fancy power controller, microcontroller things. Yeah, next is generating some image. I mean, not that anyone would soon play with it, but we need this infrastructure anyway. Don't know. It didn't happen after. It did happen after I plugged in a new portable monitor and then accidentally knocked the laptop over, but only fell a couple of inches and flat. It's odd. Everything seems otherwise looks fine. Okay, that firmware update D. Also this font stuff here is meh. GI doc scan thing is not amazing. We need to filter that here. That cannot continue like this. That did something stupid. I just don't know what. Maybe if C-list all finding of fonts, who knows? GI docs can. I mean, Nagios, that sounds so. C-Mocker? Maybe. Flash ROM probably should be one. I think Flash ROM is real. Oops. Okay, Graphis is probably opt. Graphis and good thing is eventually we should be through with all this. So is this systemd? Why is this not? It's probably opt. Quickly update something 1 hour later. Systemd. Are we finally done? I mean, doc scan is okay. You know what? Oops. But now we are finally, hopefully, if there's any typo, send a patch. I mean, maybe the CMocker too, but probably fine. Alright, OBS Studio. You know what? Probably don't have all depths on this arm. Basically untested because so you all. That was a bit of a speedrun tech demo, building these communities here and technology demonstration. We cannot always do it like this. We need to also think not only about the children, but also about our T2 Linux. That means going forward, we need to more carefully evaluate what we do with our precious time. And certainly we need to make T2 Linux work way more better. But it's still the track of making T2 work way better for ARM and RISC-V. Which certainly we found quite some things, including that this EFI boots and PowerVR, and actually we did not build this Fredreno thing and cross-build. So all this random stuff, way more random improvements. As usual, amazing that you all showed up, tuned in, all your comments, all your shares, like, subscribes. Oh, also somehow somehow this actually breaks again. How does this break? How is this again not happy? Is Firefox eating again on my memory? That is crazy. Why is this happening? That's or is it? This did not happen before. Why is this suddenly a thing? Oh, we don't have swap again. But free available. Bizarre. Kernel, what you doing? Somehow this has never happened before. Not sure why that is a thing now. Oh, you know what a thing now? I'm dual live streaming, like maybe These are maybe more browsers, more things. Yeah, I mean, it's that you all tuned in. Hope you enjoyed learning something. As usual, shall like, subscribe, spread the word, maybe Patreon membership, and don't delay. Try to Linux, send us your experience, your wishes, your patches. Enjoy your day, touch some grass, and see you next time for all the fun stuff to come. Oh, I hope, by the way, it does. Yeah, it does. Whatever it is up with. Oh, I've way more tabs here. Whatever is up with my sometimes now stuttering. Do I have that even somewhere? Does it play?
Now, I guess I had another day.